Hello. Hey, hey. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Hi, Exen. I hope you're doing good. I'm feeling much better today. I felt like I slept like a rock. It's been a while. I miss the feeling. I feel good today. I think the cough is still a little bit left. Just a little bit. So if I cough still, I'm sorry. But I think it should be a lot less today. I mean, it should be. It has been a while, right? Yeah, I hope you are doing good. I'm very, very excited. Give me a second. I opened up the wrong thing. I was trying to open up my heckin' Steam. Okay, there we go. Big dirt hugs. Oh my god. I got dirt hugs. Like, give me a second. Okay, my Steam is open. So I took a few screenshots yesterday when I was playing Palworld. I saw this. Like, I accidentally stumbled upon this place. That looks like a dragon. And that looks really cool. A meow meow? Uh-oh. It's fine, dragon can meow. I stumble upon this place and I go in, I see this. It's like, that looks different. This looks 10 times cuter than what's going on outside. I'm not even gonna complain. This little guy right here, it's so adorable. And guess what? I caught it. I caught the thing. I mean, it didn't show here, but I caught. Oh no, here. See, I caught the thing. The ruler of my little realm, I can meow all I want. That's fair. I mean, I would love to see a dragon meow too. So adorable. So here, I'm gonna show you guys. I still cannot make the saddle for the POW yet, but here, let me get in. Keep saying that and keep not. Oh, I mean, I want to go to your DMs, but my own brain doesn't allow me to.
Ooh, shiny.
I don't know why I'm like mega I'm like mega anxious when it comes to DMing people, even though I know that I'm allowed to. Just my own brain. I know. Hi Evie. We yipping. Welcome in, Evie. If you're okay with that, definitely, yeah. That I feel like that's gonna help a lot. Ooh. Oh, there it is. Wait, the game looked better. Oh yeah, I have the graphics up. Give me a second. I don't want to kill my PC. Okay, now let it load. It should be good. So I have refined metal axe, refined metal spear, and refined metal pickaxe. I need a venom gland. So here is a friend. It's so big. Why are you so big? Because you're a boss. Look at you. I am truly a kobold. It's perfect. It's actually perfect. Are you stuck? Wait, you're stuck, right? How are you stuck? Come here. It's so perfect. And it got stuck again. It's okay, you're perfect. Look at this big. Oh. Oh. What are you doing? Oh. Okay. Oh, yeah, good. I know, I'm very excited too. Oh my god. Beak. Hi, Narix. Yeah, beak. I found big dragon. But why? I love this game. Work slave, waterproof, Guton. And Tylra looking at her dragon be like, sounds about right, yeah. Big. Wait, I can do emotes, right? Camp. You're too big, I cannot pet you. What's the emote again? I think there. There I can just be like why? I don't know. Is it cool? Yes. God damn it, I love this game. Alright, what do I want to do? So last night I played a little bit. I was just spamming ingots and coal. Yeah, and I made a few gunpowder. I have a bunch of ores now. I have 223 refined ingot, 167 ingots. Hi Brian, got dirt? Here, let me do it again. She big dirt. Big dirt. Must pet. It's too big. It's too big. I'm small than its belly. It's perfect. I found the perfect duckling. Can I feed him? I have nothing somehow. Do you like mushroom? Why is this game perfect? That's way more adorable than I pictured, and it's fluffy. I know. Big dragon. See, even if I glide with Gale Claw, I'm not big enough. I'm not tall enough. So yeah, I have a lot of ingots now. I'm not too sure what my next step is, to be honest, other than just trying to explore more places. So last night I went here. Yesterday I was here, but it's kind of scary. So I went here instead because I saw like this little circle here. I was like, this looks like a new place. I mean, of course it's a new place, like something like this. And something like this as well. So I went to these like places that is like marked. Well, not really marked, but somehow they have like a little circle around them. So I go there, and then eventually I reached this place, and I was very happy. Maybe that's why I slept like a rock yesterday. I was so happy. It's perfect. So I have all the refined metal stuff now, and I'm just trying to like upgrade my base again, I think. My base wants me to make 2 large pal beds. And the saddle for this is here. I need to be at level 36, so I do need to catch more pals. Yeah, and also it's here, large pal bed. A high quality cloth. What? I just need more wool, okay. Okay, refined metal armor. This one is like afterwards, right? I'll save some points. I seriously have trouble with the concept that this game is stated to be only 60% done. Yeah, now that the more I play this game, the more I feel like 60%. At first I was 60%, yeah, that's fair. And then the more I play this, like 60%, really? Like, I get the game is kind of... The game can feel kind of empty sometimes, but only like a short amount of time, I feel like. Only for a short amount of time that it felt empty. But like when the game felt pretty empty, it sort of encourages me to explore more. Sort of. 35? Wow. Thank you, Brian. Durgo Saddle. I guess that's our goal today, right? To get Durgo Saddle. So yeah, also I put 2 Anubis in the base now because why not? Everything Anubis does is just way too fast, and I love it. And I still have a lot of jam-filled buns, and I've been cooking cake now because why not, right? I've not been using any money yet because I feel like the... Can I just assign... Can you do this? Oh. You aren't too big, but you can.
Ooh, shiny.
It's so big. It's also very peaceful. It's surprisingly very peaceful, yeah, I would say that. Because the trailer of this game doesn't look peaceful, like, at all. But the more I play this, the game is actually like a very peaceful game. With the occasional destroying everything. I get upset at the raiders I come across disrupting that peace. It kinda is. Hi, engaging comic. Thanks for the head pics. Hope you're doing good. I'm feeling much better today. It's been a while since I last slept like a rock, and I'm so happy.
Godro Bongo Durgo Saddle. Godro Bongo Durgo Saddle.
Durgo Saddle. We're gonna get Durgo Saddle. Which means that I'm probably gonna go... explore a lot more, right? Right, come here. Also, I've been actively trying to get more rocks with this little guy right here. Bowser is so cool. Get this rock, get this rock. No, don't get the tree. I destroy tree. Can I move you? Cool. Oh boy. I feel like that almost destroyed my PC somehow. You'd love to see it. Alright, let's explore a little bit more. What is your carrying capacity? 1600. I feel it's not enough. I want more. I mean, of course it's not enough. Like, I literally have no other points. Just carrying capacity all the way. Oh yeah, I need a Venom Gland. I can go buy one. Now that I know I can buy Venom Gland, I'm not too scared of, you know, not having any Venom Gland. Your character is strong? I think my character is more thick because I have no attack. It's just thick. My character is thick. Mine has more athletic build with high stamina. Ooh, that's kinda cool. Yeah, mine has no stamina, just pure thick. It's kinda funny. It's just pure thick. I mean, okay, yeah, I might have 2 points of stamina and 1 point on attack. Like, that's a misinput. Give me Venom Gland. Thank you. Bye-bye. It makes climbing around real fun. Need a vantage point to look ahead. Climb random tower. Marvel the view for a little. Sounds good though. But I feel like I can fly, no? Right? But then again, climbing on your own feels different.
Yeah.
Yeah, destroy this rock, destroy. Yeah. Alright, let's fix the arrow for a little bit and then we're gonna go explore more today. I need to play more of this. You should. Eat fun, eat good. Like the other wicked. I forgot what I wanted to say. I scared myself. I need some repair kits. Wait. Go! God, I love you! Still around level 25. I'm only 34 and I played for 36 hours. Whew. It seems hungry. Who seems hungry? Who's stuck? Oh yeah, I put Lavender here because I need to change out one of my teammates. So Lavender is now in my base. Or my sex lizard. Don't eat wet. Hey, I have a very healthy amount of jam-filled bun. A very healthy amount of jam-filled bun. There, look at that. It's perfect. Put this in. Put this in. Oh yeah, repair kit. I put a green bird in my party because I want a party of birds. Send him out for a boss fight. Okay, immediately self-destructed. People like a bomb that exploded. Oh, I think I know which bird it is. The green one, right? The green bird. Yeah, that's Electrode. I know which bird is it. Oh my god, the bird though. He died, and so did the boss. Oh my god, what kind of damage is he doing? There we go. Is it... It's this one, it's this one. I have it. This one. Toko Toko. It has to be Toko Toko. Yeah, egg bomb launcher. Implode. 230 points, implode. I was close to the end of the fight. I've been fighting Samurai directly from the top of my wall. Oh. For me, I'm just letting my pal fight like all the time. And I just occasionally shoot venom arrows or poison arrows at them, make them poison. So that I can deal some sort of DPS. Wolf ran out of health though. Oh. I'm pretty much just like standing around hiding behind pillars or something. I'm not doing much. You can... It's so cute though. Why are you so cute though? Alright, it's okay, it's okay. Okay. Nice. I feel like I'm gonna need a lot more refined iron ingot, or refined ingot, sorry. Yeah, I feel like I need more refined iron ingot. So before I go explore, actually let me go mine something. Like there's a place that I can mine coal and iron, but I don't have a base there. I think it's up here. This one. Over there is like a lot of coal and also a lot of iron that I can mine at the same time. It's kind of dangerous, but since I can fly, so I'm not too afraid. See? I'm just gonna use my spear, why not? Yeah, see up there, it's just like a bunch of coal and super close too. I think this game has really good map design. Like it can make progression feels a little bit less grindy just by doing this. Oh, why are you like this? I'm stuck. It's shooting me. Oh my god. It's actually shooting things out of its PP. Look at that. Oh no, it's not anymore. Okay. Whee! Alright, all good. Sorry for disappearing, trying to send alerts and distressing my two brain cells out. Ooh, no, it's okay. It's okay, don't be sorry. Also, sending out alerts is kind of painful. I get that. I haven't even updated my alerts yet. Like, if at all. I've also forgot using gliders, making travel a little slower. I really like traveling in this game. It does. It makes traveling a lot less like of a pain. They have a good thing going on. Go. It's shooting out of the PP. It was doing it. I love Bowser. Can't tell because my character is Blair. Oh, it's okay. Just have to trust my word for it. So I'm not gonna demonstrate again. I cannot. The Mosenda died. Ooh, okay, too much. Okay, 100. One is 5. $95. Drop. Okay, we're going back. And then we're gonna come back again. Gosh, it's raining outside and I love it. It's been so long since I last rained. Just makes everything even more peaceful. Also, Gale is really fast. Highly recommend using it to travel. I mean, you could shoot the Ixen! You bully! It's okay, Ixen's cute. Let's go get more. Something up here. There's also coal mine. There's also iron mine, which makes it like a really good place to mine. Oh, the coal I throw is not here anymore. It's okay. It's only like a few. Nice. Shit, where's the iron mine again? Oh, SQ said, I don't know to talk. As cute as you when your trees. Wow, Ixen. I mean, I'm pretty sure my brain is kind of it's hard for me to talk today. I don't know why, but I'm pretty sure my brain is kind of tainted in many ways. It's okay. I get it. I forgot where the iron mine is. I may need to fly up. It should be nearby. Not where I cannot see anything. Oh yeah, it's here. Alright, let's do some work. No, it got stuck in the tree. You know, I should really cut all the trees around before using Bowser's skill. Oh god. I hope it's still there when I come back. If I talk weirdly today, I'm already talking very weirdly. I don't know why. It's kind of hard for me to talk today. But at least there's a lot less cough now, so I'll take it. Balls. Oh, I didn't need to do that. No, I don't need this. What is going on? Why were you doing that? Yeah, good amount of stones, good amount of wood, good amount of not iron, but some amount of coal still. Okay, I think I just need to go there one more time to get all the ores, and that's pretty much it. So yesterday I've been told that the lift bunk effigy is good but bad for now, because apparently it lowers the capture rate, so hopefully they fix it soon. Imagine my surprise when I heard that the lift bunk effigy upgrade just makes us capture, just makes the capture harder. Is that sulfur? Wait, that is sulfur. I need it to make gunpowder, I think. It's still there. Oh, if I don't pick it up, it's still here? But my 50 stone is here though. Weird, I don't know how that works. Go. This might be too much, right? One more? Yeah, that's it. I have to come back one more time? Oh, okay. And one more time. Meow, 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 meow. Would the kobold meow too? I mean, even though I just did. I think a kobold can and will meow. Alright, going back. It's a lot of back and forth right now.
Throughout heaven and earth, I alone am the honored one. Imaginary technique, purple.
I like purple. King of Gunslayer, hi! Been a while.
Yeah.
They're probably able to, but are also probably too busy yipping 24/7. Too true. I've always been yipping 24/7. It's honest work. It's busy work, but honest work. Nice. Okay, so there were some ores scattered throughout when I first came here, or when I 我来这里的时候有很多 ore 在山上的地方。Oh yeah, sulfur. Nice. The Kobold yip is honestly the everything is okay alarm. You hear a lot of yipping, it's fine. Unless you hear a lot of frantic yipping. It might be a different story then. Wait, still good. Wait. Why are you like this? Uh-oh. I'm sure it's fine. God damn, this little shit. Oh, the one too many, got him. Nice too. Do Kobold have the different sort of yips that cats have? Like the I want food, I want to go outside, I want inside, I'm lonely, where's everyone sort of yip? They probably do, yeah. I guess I want food will be the yip that kind of just looks at you. Looking at you with puppy eyes, I guess. I want food. That yip is soft, I feel like. The soft yips. Oh, I think too much. Okay, okay. Yep. Oh yike. Oh yikey beaky, that's bad. Why is it like this? Why am I like this? Why are you like this? Ooh. Oh my god, I'm dead. I'm stuck inside. What the fuck? Thanks, game. I almost died. I'll do it again. Oh, oops. That was too painful. Okay. Alright, I almost died from that. I want to go outside yip is probably just you. It's probably when you see Kobold just swarming around the door or the cave's opening. That's how you know. I want to go outside. You just hear a lot of frantic yips at the doorway or cave opening. I want inside. It's the same, but you know, vice versa. Electric Ray Hound? That's a new one. Why are you like this? Do I not have chicken? I do. Where's the chicken? Whoa, that's cool. Damn, look at you. Where my chicken? Hasn't eaten anything for a while. What? I think someone got stuck again. Okay, before I go explore, let me go to this base real quick. How's work? Oh yeah, there's no hot spring here, I forgot. There's no hot spring. I need a power fluid. I don't have power fluid, that's why. Let me pet this little guy real quick. It's just licking. Since it's pretty easy, I'm just gonna like back and forth real quick, collect all the ores and get some ingots in because I still need ingots to make power spheres. Are you pissed? I mean, fair enough, cake is really hard to make. There. No, really? Why is it always this base? Okay, just a second. Who's strong? I don't know. You? You? I guess you? You? Oh god, I don't know, I don't know. Why is the game like this? Okay, this should be good. Alright, defend, defend. They're coming! Engage, engage! Oh god. I don't even know why I'm shooting anymore. Who's bad, who's good? Help? shot something. Oh, last time this happens too. I think they ran away. Why are you like this? Why are they just running away? What? Why are they fighting syndicate thugs when they're supposed to raid my base? Ow. Is everything fine now? I hope so. Okay, let me just put these guys back. They were not supposed to be here. Ooh, too much. Okay, that was eventful. How many rocks? 600? Anubis is just wailing on this mine. How about you trying to make gunpowders and shit? Yeah, do this. Why are you like this? My powers are weird. Okay, food-wise and everything looks good. I think I need some water. Okay. Okay, everything is good. So today I want to keep exploring this place more. Since this is a place I found dragon, there might be more nearby. So I'm gonna continue going like these areas. And maybe even way up here as well. We'll see. Slowly does it. I want to fast travel. Can I catch it again? I mean, surely I can, right? It's for the power condenser. Yeah, why not? I'll catch a few more. Until boss revival. Oh, it's not revived yet, is it? Ah, it's not revived yet, okay. Still need 5 minutes. It's okay, let's explore. I'm gonna go here. Yeah, this place. So now I guess the plan is, if I can find any lift bound effigies, of course I'm gonna get them. But I'm gonna store them and not use them first. Because they make capturing hard. I should be grounded. Like, it's easier to explore like that. Is that covered? It's called Cognito. Oh my god, the walk cycle is perfect. Ooh.
Yeah.
We got Cognito. Oh, wait, wait. Yeah, I need to catch more cremis for leveling. What skill do you have? Eek. Are you attacking? You're just looking at it. Oh wait, I tried the wrong one. Oh. Wait, chill. Chill? Let me throw you. Thank you. Nice. One more level. Yeah. More carry weight. I can carry all the things. Nice. Why are you going like this? Whoa. Everyone's just escaping. Okay, that's tough. That's tough. We should go help them. Or by helping, I mean destroying everything, I guess. Whoa, thunder. Trying to head this way. And this the way. Can you fly? I mean, the wing is big. You should be able to fly, right? Maybe not. Dude, it doesn't fly. Oh, hi. I had your stream open. Ooh. Hi again, Malo. And they went live for you? I'll take it. From last night. Wowee. Oh, it must be night for you. I just spent 4 hours remaking the base. Ah, I didn't really remake any base, but I did find a new dwagon. Look at that. Last night I found a new dwagon. I found a big dwagon. And I just eventually went to sleep. I made a base in the ruins. It got way too cramped. Oh, yeah, that's fair, that's fair. I'm honestly so lazy to make bases. I'm too lazy. Oh. Can I capture you? Or not? Yeah, also I made everything in refined metal now. Yesterday I found like a bunch of coal and leveled up, and now I can make refined ingots. So I have a refined metal axe, refined metal spear, and a refined metal pickaxe. And I'm just trying to level up and get the saddle for this little big for this big dragon. It's so big. I can't do anything like that because I don't try to rush outside stream. Honestly, same. I just explored a little bit, didn't play much. But then again, I don't really have much time of my own when I don't stream, so. I picked up some fucking amazing passion fruit juice yesterday. God, I love passion fruit. It's unbelievably mind-blowing. It's like sour and sweet at the same time. It's perfect. I have Boathouse Green Goodness Drink. I don't know what that is. I never heard of that. It's made of kiwi, mango, cucumber. Oh. Boathouse makes great organic drinks. Oh, like the organic drinks. I guess it's not in Malaysia because I never heard of it. But Malaysia has like Boost? I don't know. It's in the States? Ah, that's fair. Makes sense, makes sense. I only know Boost since I don't really go drink a lot of like organic juice. But when I do, I'll always take my passion fruit juice. I think it's just juice, it's not organic drink, it's juice. And juice good. J-O-Z. Juice. Oh, I love a Gigasphere? Nice. It's raining so heavily outside, it's so nice. I don't see Lift Monk effigy. Also, I usually don't stream around this time. I usually don't stream on Tuesday and Wednesday. Just because it's Chinese New Year soon. This Thursday is Chinese New Year, so I decided to stream a little bit more before I take a big break. Level 45? Oh, maybe not. Yeah, I take Mondays off too. Taking Monday off seems reasonable. Like for streamers and content creators, I think. Since people usually have more time to look at entertainment stuff, streams and videos on weekends, I believe. So I feel like taking breaks on Monday is, yeah, it's a good idea. Bitrate destroyer. I don't like it. It's just a bunch of Swedes here. I mean, I can capture some Swede again. Yeah, let's kill them. Well, not kill them, capture them. Did you miss? Oh. Ow. Wait, we don't kill. I worked all day today. First was groceries, working with e-business, a lot of work. Damn. That sounds really rough. I usually work on Tuesday and Wednesday. The business. I got lucky with a grocery store that I get to work on. The boss was really nice. Lets me work on 2 days a week, so that I get to stream for like from Thursday to Monday. Like a second income of some sort. I'll take it. It's amazing. Tide? The name sounds really cool, but I don't think I want to mess with that. It's level 45. I'm gonna catch sweeper. I'm gonna catch some serpent too. Yeah, don't go. Oh, okay. Yep, okay, sure. Right, be gentle. Be gentle. I think that's... Oh, okay, don't do that. Ow. You... I don't believe it. Nice. I help run a vintage and antique business. Woo. I always have a bit of a fascination towards antiques. Like sometimes I see the things and I don't know what it does, but it just intrigues me so much. Yeah. Maybe I like antiques. I like them. Even though I don't know what they do. Old things were made to last too. It's amazing that they last. Did something try to kill me? It's because those things were built to last a lifetime. Nowadays things are built to break down in a year. Marketing strategy, right? It's sad, honestly. Like, where did the object permanence go? I don't get it. It's just sad, really. Like they lose object permanence just because they want money. Yeah, corporate greed. It's sad. It's always corporate greed. Like, not to mention all those AI stuff, it's also corporate greed. If I caught these, I don't remember. Just gonna shoot them. And I missed. Go get them. Get them, get them. Oh. Be gentle. Ew. Be gentle, be gentle, be gentle. Okay. Do a move. Do a move. Do a move. Do maybe not that? Okay. And greed followed by pride really are ruining everything. It really is just greed and pride. Executed. Vanworm too strong. Strong burb. Go, engage. Why are you logging? Kill. Yeah, kill. Yeah, I love you, Vanworm. Are you trying to kill me? Shoot the tree, maybe? Where's my spear? Oh, I need that, I need that. Don't kill, don't kill. Oh, wait, kill the syndicate first. Okay, okay. Be gentle, be gentle. We need that, we need that. Okay, not bad, not bad. If you use that skill, I'm... Okay, this is good. Nice, good, yes, yes. I have a lucky Vanworm. Oh, you're so lucky. Lucky usually means that the power itself is bigger, right? Get him. Oh. They're amazing. Bigger as a boost 15% attack and 15% work speed? I mean, 15% attack on Vanworm sounds really good. I actually want to see how you fight this guy.
Yeah.
How do you even fight? I see you like so big, so cute. Can you not block me? Alright, go. Attack. Hit him. Ooh. You're also Plesiov? Maybe? Oh, nice, I'll take it. So I'm just trying to capture a lot of pals to level up right now. What are you doing? Ow. Nice too. I found a really eerie tree giving off a light source in the night. I don't like that. That sounds creepy. I'm not playing a horror game, am I? I hope not. I don't like... Oh, I like horror games, but... I don't like horror games. But I like horror games. I don't know. They're cool. Don't... I need your milk! Ow. Oh, too much. You... Thanks. Go, attack. Oh, oops, I didn't check that. I'll do it again. Nice. Post in Discord if you're interested. Oh. 8? No. I'm not even trying to catch you anymore. Thought there was an item there, but it's empty. Some kind of lightning bug. Let me see. Oh, that's cool. Oh, you guys cannot see it. I forgot. Give me a second. There. That's kind of cool. Yeah, maybe it's like some sort of a lightning bug, this one. Most likely, anyway. I like it. It cool looking. Yeah, it's super bright too. It's not just any... super bright. Bed puppies? Yeah. They're trying to eat the kobold. I cannot believe it. I thought about cutting it down to see what can happen, but then I thought about how beautiful it is and left it alone. I respect that. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
I like beautiful stuff too. I kind of like nighttime because nighttime is so easy to check for Liftmonk effigies. I like Liftmonk effigy. See, you can already see 2 at night. It's so good. That one might be bad though because I think it's... Yeah, it's Joman Tide, I think. They're so easy to find at night. I'm level 7 catch rate because of that. I know, right? Like, just from here you can see 2. I love it. Like, they made hunting for things like this not tedious. Like, I love collectathon games, but sometimes they make the collectathon too tedious and I don't like it. Like, it's a dragon? Oh, that's you. Oh my god, you look so hot. Oh my god. I must. God, I definitely cannot catch it. It's level 45. As much as I want it, I cannot mess with it now. Like 100% will die. Someday I'm gonna get it. That looks so good though. I can get very persistent when it comes to dragon. Just kobold things. Jor Moon is big. It's Jor Moon, right? I don't know how else I can pronounce that. Oh, it's almost breaking. Ooh. Oh. That works. I'll take it. Help! Help! I cannot fight, I'm only thick. Oh, that's perfect. That's not perfect. Please don't die from poison. Okay, thank you. I believe the J is silent, like your moon? Oh, so it's your moon tide. That's even cooler. Oh, it's Cognito again. Look, it's Brian. Look, it's Brian. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh my god, it's so fast. Oh my god, it's so fast. I cannot catch it. I actually cannot catch it. Whoa. Why? You know what's wild? What's wild? Where is you? One dead? Okay, so let me show you. It's kind of far. Let me try to like get it. So this is my initial base. It's to your top left. Yeah, west of Red Place. It's actually where the Relaxsaurus Lux is, but it will show only nighttime. We got a hold of a book that has a bunch of tickets from 1923. This guy took a tour of Europe, and it shows exactly where he went, going to theaters, orchestras, shows of all sorts, train rides through France, an airplane ticket to England, a show in Ireland. Oh my god. That's a lot of places went. That's so cool though. I never been to orchestras and I always wanted to go to one. He went to Germany and Luxembourg. It sounds like it's all around Europe places. France, England, Ireland, Germany. It's like a European place, right? It's wow, this guy must have had a great time in Europe. Sounds about right, yeah. It's so cool though. I think someday if I can, I really want to travel, well not travel, but at least have a bit of a vacation around the European area, because I feel like the place is not bad. Like the furthest I've been to is Thailand. Like I'm from Malaysia and then the furthest I've been to is Thailand. Cognito is so strong? Ow, 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 ow. You missed. Oh, Cognito is dead. Oh, maybe? I love Cognito. And the way they walk is so funny. I love them. But no. Are they like Plague Doctor? I love Cognito, same. And Plague Doctor, yes, I was right. I'm clever. I know something. I think I'm supposed to go up. You know, I'm gonna keep traveling. Nah, no, I don't want to go up. Let's go to the left. What's left? Is left east? No, east is right. West is left. They have the best walk and run. Yep. Hard agree on the best walk and run. Okay, I'm just gonna keep going west. They're bullying me. Go get them. So I'm here to capture some power. It's so strong? Oh wait, they're only level 10, okay. I got some power fluids. Okay, west. Why are you fighting? Why are you trying to kill? I'm stuck. Oh, okay. I think I caught more than 10 Relaxosauruses. It's fine. Crossbow schematic 2? I don't even know if that's good. Oh, they attack on sight. Oh. Oh. Holy hell, you're so strong. I mean, good, I feel protected. That's kinda cool. I'm too late. I tried. Have I caught more than 10 of them? Nice. I think I can be gentle. Ah. Okay, wait. Okay. Nice too. I got blown up. What happened? Uh-oh. No, don't go. It dealt no damage. Oh my god. More uniform? I just need you to be poisoned. Okay. We take those. Hello, hi Nexus. Welcome. Hope you're doing good. Uh-oh. Oh, god damn. Maybe? I'm almost out of Megasphere. $45? Oh my god. Thank you, Nexus. Level 29. Beacon. Beacon? Beacon? Beacon. That icon looks kinda cool. Looks like a bird? Oh. Nice, we take those. Do they not care? I'm hitting you. Do you not care? Hello. Thanks. Why are you like this? You're just a life monk. Thank you. Oh. Oh, choo 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 choo. That's my pulse spheres. I wasted it. Damn, tough. Alright, I'm using Giga Spheres now. I don't like it. The streaks are odd. You're the only channel where I bother keeping one. I mean, I always appreciate that. What a waste. Oh boy. Get the bro, you do a 1-2 god. Don't I thanks. Thanks. I was too slow. My ingots. Oh! I got it, I got it, I got it. Yeah, okay, I need to go back to my base. Oh, speaking of... oh, you know what? I'm gonna go get this one first. It's rather close. Same. You guys are too nice. I'm gonna cry. Is it like here? Close enough. Are you like flying? Are you like an actual bird? Eh? Maybe it's like in a cave of some sort? Looks like it. Wings of Thunder. Oh, it's so cool! It's mine. Alright, we got this. Get that bird! Wow, that's cool. Whoa, you're so cool. My Vanworm is struggling. And like beacon. Oh, Vanworm. Oh god. Go Dragon. No, not the ore, not the ore. Get them, Dragon. I can help you with 1 damage. Oh no. Wait, I might lose here. Am I so ill prepared? Can I maybe? Oh. Worth a shot. Whoa. I mean, at least it's getting poisoned. Okay, come back. I'll deal with it with my own. Ah. Maybe? It doesn't look poisoned. Don't make me use my hypersphere. I don't want it. Are you immune to poison? Oh, you're poisoned. Okay, I'm using it. Fuck it. Fuck it. Oh, hypersphere. I have a backup. Let's go. We got beacon. Then I say, yeah, this one. It's north here. Everything looks good, just this one. Used too much. Oh, it's Gale Claw again. Gale Claw is a bully. Go, Seed Mine. Get him, get him. Oh, oh that's not see it. Maybe? Nice. One more Univolt, I think. Then it's like 10. One more. Okay, yeah, that's 10. I don't remember how many Bronze Cherry I have. Oh. Oh. Oh my god, Seed Mine is too painful. Dang it. Fear the bees. Wait, my eyes are bleeding. My eyes pula. My ears are bleeding. Oh, it's a big chicken? How do I do this without killing everything? If 100%, but I still cannot capture it? Oh no! I had a feeling. God fucking damn it. Hiya, you guys just do your job lah. Hiya. Why like that? You kill everything one. It's not lucky anymore. It did. They should have hit it with a stun stick. Is there a stun stick? I have too much rock. I didn't know there's a stun stick. That's good to know. Stewed Gale Claw. Maybe I have it on the technology, I just didn't notice. Stun stick, right? I want to see how good is the rare version of this one. I need ancient civilization parts? Oh, crossbow. I cannot shoot poison arrow with crossbow. Right? I need a poison version of crossbow, if I remember correctly. But before anything. Where's Sandy working? Yeah, there it is. No. Oh. I don't think I need that. There's a big dragon. I think did I not inject? Shit. I'm gonna inject a little bit. I feel like my blood sugar is kinda high. Or actually very high. Which is kinda bad. Give me a few minutes. Wow, what level 了? 36. Did you play Palworld? I actually didn't see you play Palworld, Roxas. Did you? I thought you were playing Lethal Company with Mochi and the gang. Playing server get reset, need level again? Which server? Are you playing like on the official server or like a dedicated server? So you're saying your level got reset, but it's night. But you're still level 26. You're insanely fast. Mochi? Oh, okay. I prefer playing single player on this one. Actually, I think I'm gonna need to go toilet for a little bit. My blood sugar was too high and something's wrong. Alright, I'll be right back. Give me a few minutes. Yeah, I didn't realize. Give me a few minutes, I'll be right back. epic. Just need to drink some water. I think I can make this one as well. But I'm not using it. I don't wanna. Stick? This? Oh, I'm making this one. It's a stun baton. I didn't even know. This one Anubis stuck. Doing it stunning. Then... Oh wait, I forgot to put this one away. There we go. All good now. I love how they're just crafting with 3 fingernails, I think. And those are fingernails, right? Bun hands with 3 fingernails. The cutest kind of hand. I mean, my Kobold has like the big bappers, but because I can use 3D model right now, so I cannot show it. My PC will explode if I play Palworld and then open up VC face. Oh, that's good. Also, I'm not eating the stewed gale claw. Yeah, this thing, because that is super good. It lowers the sanity drain, it says. Eating it progressively decreases the rate at which one sanity decrease for a period. That's so much words. It lowers sanity drain. Fuck. I mean, I'm not gonna make too much. He need egg and red berries the most. Even then, I can have a lot of flour and milk. Right, give me a second. Acquire this, cancel this, take all the things back. And then make the maximum amount of cake. And then make pancakes. Yeah, that's fine. $11 cakes? Wait, I can catch another dragon. And then if I catch another dragon, I can mate with another dragon. $26. I'm gonna go capture another big dragon. Like another one of the same big dragon here. Because why not, right? The more dragon better. Oh yeah. What are you trying to kill? Oh. Oh, you can fly! You're actually mega fast. Oh, you're so fast. Let me try this. Bonk! Come here. Bonk! 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 So like that is easier to capture? Yeah, it is the up. It is easier to capture. That's good to know. Go! Bonk, 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 bonk. You're gonna get bonked. I'm a support now. I'm a support. I'm a support. Yike. I need to keep moving. Wait a minute. One more. Ow, ow. I'm dying, I'm dying, I'm dying, I'm dying. Wait a minute. QUIVERN is good friend? Yeah. What are you doing? Oh yeah, okay. Why are you like this? That was fast. Maybe? Ooh. I'm dying. I have to use my hyper. What the fuck? Why are you like this? Get down. Thanks. Yeah, we got another friend. Okay, time for sleep. Night night, y'all. Good night, Brian. Have good sleep. Always appreciate that you're hanging around. I pressed the wrong button. There goes my hypersphere. Oh my god. Ooh, it's kind of painful. Can you like... Kind of. Can you pick them back up when you miss with a sphere? I don't think so. I don't think you can. Oh, why are you at the ranch? It is so fast. Why would you go away? Anubis would never do handcrafting, no? I don't like them. They never want to do handcrafting. They just keep waiting at the mine. I mean, it's good too, but holy shit, the amount of stones I have is insane. I'm going to sleep because it is late. Yep. We got new friend. Yep. Okay, have good sleep, Malo. Can I call you Malo? I hope that's fine. Because I feel like SCP-1471 is kind of a mouthful. But I do hope you have a good sleep. Thanks for hanging around too. Malo? Okay, okay. Have good sleep. Night night. I need to make more pal sphere. I'll just make this one. Wait. Oh yeah, Megasphere uses it. I forgot. Maybe don't craft that much. I'm just gonna catch everything with Gigasphere at this point. Fine. Fine. Who ate wheat? No, why are you eating wheat? Don't. Oh my god.
It's a lot louder than I thought. Hello, numbers. Yep. How is the snake doing? Yep. More yep. I like yep. Or numbers. Look, I have big dragon. And it's like a really big dragon. Look. Big dragon. I found big dragon friend. Yep. Who? What? Where is going on? Oh, why are you like this? You okay now? I'm gonna leave you like this. Hi, Brave. I get to yip. I like to yip. I might need to buy more Avenum Glam. I'll buy 100 more. Because why not? Got a small settlement. I have nothing to sell. I can give you 2 red berries. Kobold, yep. I like to yep.
You... Yeah, you can do it. Help. Thank you. Yo, that's so fast. That is so mega fast. Nice, finally. Okay, everything else is doing good. I'm liking it. I'm making good progress on the game. Like, Anubis is so chill, but it's so fast. It's so fast. Look at the comparison between F Anubis and without Anubis. Upset and went to bed. Relaxsaurus is upset and went to bed. Looks like it. I mean, not gonna lie, I would be upset too if that's the problem. If the neck is snapped. Okay, what do I want to do again? I have a stun baton now? This thing. So it's way easier for me to capture things, I believe? What does Palworld need? A circuit board? I don't know how to do that. Infrastructure. High quality cloth. Do I have that? Yep. You are level 1 in handiwork. I mean, fair enough. That bun hand with three nails, it's kind of hard to do things, but it works. I should just put sulfur here, honestly, and put the ice organs back. Like, this chest would just be organs and shit. Yeah, he already has organs. Okay, I think that's enough for now. I actually want you to do some other stuff. This one. Nice. Oh, that's so fast. Anubis is so good. I think Anubis is level 4 handiwork, if I remember correctly. Carbon fiber of this thing. Scatosphere launcher. Innovative launcher that fires many spheres simultaneously. Capture a herd of pals. What? 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 Oh, I want the double barrel shotgun. What? Make Relaxsaurus fire a missile launcher when ridden? What the fuck? Ooh, sword. Legendary sphere. Assault rifle. How meta armor. Armor fully utilizing the latest technology boasts overwhelming defense. Of course, there's a rocket launcher. Mounted missile launcher. The amount of absurd launchers, I love it. Oh, damn, that's cool. Alright, let's sleep it off. I have a second base, right? I kind of want to make the second base a mining base and a plantation base. What do I need for the tomatoes? This one. I need power fluid? Increase the volume of meals we can prepare. Field house to plant seeds, water, and harvest the crops. I think I want to make like maybe 2 berry, 2 wet, and if possible 2 tomato. So over there I need like some some transportation pal, berry pal, and then water pal. Why are you like this? I'm gonna go get some stones real quick because somehow I'm out of stones. I might have to put away Van Worm. Which is kind of sad, but because I already have a power that can fly, QUIVERN can fly. Van Worm is so strong though. Nice. It's nice that I can get some Paldium fragment from normal stones. Okay, where do I want to go next? We've seen this. We can keep going up here. We got beacon, so now we can keep going up. Yeah, I can keep going up first. Everything is fixed, kind of. Did you know if you sort the food, they will reset the food rotten timer? $145? That's good, right? Okay. Okay, I'm switching the diet. Time to eat pancakes. Because pancake will lower the sanity drain, right? Progressively decreases the rate at which one sanity decreases for a period of time. Yeah. So if I can, I'll try to make more pancakes, but it just requires too much milk, I think. I think it needs milk. I'm definitely gonna need more milk. I should, at the same time, try to find more power fluids. Right, give me a second. Do this real quick. Put it back to the chest. Ooh. Okay, from here. Oh, they just run away. Okay, so it's this one. I'm just gonna keep heading northwest. Ooh, these are strong ones. Can I capture you? Oh, it is easier. Oh shit. Oh, why are you like this? Why are you like this? What died? Oh, dang it. I'll kill you! Is everyone? I mean, surfer is already out of the... No. Nice. I get 2 power fluids? The pitch, nice. Thanks for that pitch. Hi, Jade. Kobold's never gotten nose one and still use bow, it hurts. But bow is good. What do you mean? A bow good. It poisoned them so that I can capture them. A bow good. Look at this. See, they're poisoned. And I can use stun baton. Or not. Oh boy. Well. I was about to demonstrate. Have you ever been shot by a bow? It hurts? True. It definitely hurts. But you see, I have 664 poison arrows. I'm never running out. A gun is way better. I actually can argue with that. That's a new place. Looks like a volcano. Or maybe there's gonna be a lot of fire piles over there. But I need water pile. Water pile. Oh, Jade, look. Jade, look, Jade, look. Wow. I got dragon friend. This is the best game ever. 12 out of 10 game. 12 out of 10 game. I don't care who says this game is bad. They are objectively wrong. They don't really get poison bullets now. Oh, they have fire bullets. But they don't have ice bullets. But I don't have ice arrows. If you put it my giant hole inside you causes bleeding damage thing. Go dragon. I can see so far. This is insane. Nice. The sound they make is so adorable too. Steal the Kobold dragon hoards them. Ixen, I will bite you. My dragon. I will bite chomp. My dragon. That level. 15? Not that bad. I'm here to capture a human. Come here. Come here. Don't you dare run away from me, you little shit. Come here. Come here. What are you doing? Come here. Bonk. You're getting bonked. Oh. Oh, that's perfect. Ew, kill them. Kill them. It's nice, I got my Giga Sphere back. What the power? Don't you dare run away from me, you little shit. Your power fluid is mine. Oh, choo 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 choo. I'm missing some chat. What's going on? Alright, steals the Kobold and the dragon hoarding both. That's more like it. Yeah, you cannot just steal the Kobold dragon. It's kinda rude. Leave some for us. Nah, I got what I wanted. It's fine. We can just steal Ixen. Hey yo. That's a win for all of us. Monkey. Monkey. Oh. Azure Rope Hill. Oh, it's water power. I'm killing all of them. Sorry, I'm catching all of them. I would never kill. I am a good kobold. I don't just kill. Go get him. Oh, chill. Oh. That one. Go, 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 go. Acid rain, really? Okay. Okay. Oh, I'm getting power fluids. Ayo, what? Is it that kind of... What, buddy? What copy me? Did I say Ayo? I actually don't remember. My brain sometimes just works differently. I cannot shoot at them. I have bad aim. I missed. Yes, I said Ayo, I'm already... Oh, Ayo. Oh, stealing Ixen is Ayo. I mean, isn't that not Ayo? I mean, that's definitely Ayo because it's Turken. Ow. Ow. Come on, you got this. You got this. Isn't Ayo lewd? Not really. Ayo doesn't really mean lewd. At least not all the time, I feel like. The things are all like very inside the sea. Do they come here? Oh, they kinda do. Chill! Too far! God damn! I'm trolled. I threw it early though. Okay, that's good, that's good, that's good. Catch, catch. Nice, nice, nice. I think that's possible. Nope. I'll try it again. Oh. Well, I tried. Oh, I killed him as to get power. Fluids. Yeah, power fluids. I mean, yeah, let's go for it, but isn't it loot? Not necessarily. Maybe. I appreciate you not looting me yet. Hey, yo, I don't know. Got him. This is a good power fluid place. Ow. Acid rain? Okay, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine. Oh. That works. That works too. Okay. That's 18 power fluids. I love it. The Forgotten Island. Is this the Forgotten Island? Or is that the Forgotten Island? Hey yo. I love just how dummy thick your Durgan is. I know, right? Look at that. Very friend-shaped. I actually got it. Nice too. I don't need to catch this one. I already have more than 10. So celery gives 2 power fluid. Kelp seed gives 1, and also a meat. Kelp seed meat? Yeah. Fish meat tended to spoil quickly. I mean, it looks like it. Or maybe that's the Forgotten Island. That's a boss. It's right over here. Bellbat? Here? Abyssal Knight. I can capture it. I mean, it's only level 23, right? Go Dragon! Highly effective. Nice. It's afraid of Dragon. I'll support you. Come here, little shit. Yeah, that's right. Why do you have a cat noise? Come here, little shit. Ow. Oh, that kinda hurt. What? Can I try? I'll handle it. Oh, or not. We good. Nice, first try. We take those. I find it funny this game has Elden Ring style Evergales, or how to pronounce that, I don't know. I remember that word. But yeah. I kinda like it. I like the idea of this Evergales. Because the boss will not just roam around like the usual place like this. Like you have to get in to face the boss fight. I think that's pretty neat. Hello, malicious magpie. And welcome. Yeah, like you see this place doesn't have like a lot of like strong piles. And then suddenly you see like a fail bed that's like level 23. It's kinda scary. So I kinda appreciate this. I kinda like it. Oh, it's Fwak. I miss my Fwak. Fwak. Best name in the game, Fwak. Bitrate Destroyer. The Bitrate Destroyer. Yeah, that's fine. It's pronounced like ever jail, and jail is essentially just an old word spelling for jail. Oh, ever jail. That sounds very cool. Like I don't want to spend time in an ever jail. Is it Tomba? Get him! Oh no, you're too thick. Alright, wait a second. Let me just clear a path for you. Wait a minute! Thank you. Maybe this place is not fit for a very thick dragon. Because there's too many trees. It's good for farming wood, I would say. Oh, that actually looks good. I have everything set on the lowest settings, but it still looks pretty good. Like the water shader looks really good. I like it. Okay, so this place doesn't really have like a lot of new monsters or new power. I'm still finding more dragons. Hopefully there's more dragon than this. Also like Vanworm, Dinosum. Dinosum is also one dragon. I would consider Dictois as kind of a dragon as well because of the head. Like, look at the head and tell me it's not a dragon. Nah, Dictois is a dragon. Why are they fighting? Ooh. Cool. Oh no. Is there another sanctuary? Like this one? It kind of looks like it. Like at the edge of the map, right? Yeah, it's almost at the edge of the map. Must be another sanctuary. Oh, they also give power fluids. I'm gonna assume Flock gives power fluids as well. Yeah, I only caught 6 of them, so I need to catch more Flock. It's my oh. Oh, dang it! I didn't mean to catch you, but I'll take it. Okay. I think I have a lot of Pengal. Or at least I'm pretty sure. Not a lot of new stuff here. But I did find quite a bit of heckin' power fluids. Almost 30 power fluids, that's pretty good. me check the music. I'm gonna try this one. No. I want to try some jazz. Give me a second. Like this one. There. I've been in the mood for jazz lately. Jazz for dragons? Never really heard of jazz for dragons. Maybe I could find it. What would I get if I search jazz for dragons? Let me check. Jazz for dragon. Relaxing fantasy music. Fly with the dragon, study, relax, sleep. Dragon Quest Jazz? The Kilimanjaro Dark Jazz Ensemble? Dragon Quest Jazz 2? Not really. There's no jazz, there's not really jazz for dragons. Or like... Yeah, since there's lo-fi for dragons, I think it's a fair point to think of there might be some jazz for dragons, but you never know. It's worth a shot, honestly. Reshiram lookalike? Kind of. Now if we could find like a Zekrom counterpart. See, we have QUIVERN, maybe there's like a Zekrom somewhere. Beep. A big dragon. I feel like this island doesn't really have like a good thing going on. It's mostly just like basic stuff. Also, hi Dinophos. I should look around a little bit more than that. Oh. I don't like memorest, but I do need to catch it for experience points. I'm missing my Gigasphere. Get him! Oh. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Oh. It's fine. Wow, this is tough. Yeah. I had a feeling it's not gonna be that easy. Maybe one hypersphere? I'll be sad though. Fine. Alright, Hyperspear has never failed so far. I think the music is kinda loud. Just a tad bit loud. Okay. Level 4? Go! No, not the rock. Oh. Nice too. Get him. Good. Hi. Vermilion Corgi. I recognize the name. Hello, Vermilion Corgi. Hello, dead guy. Hello, Scout Kobold. I assume you are like, oh, are you another Kobold? Welcome, welcome, Rousey Bub. Hi. Hello, hello, welcome in. How are you doing? I'm chilling with Palworld right now. Oh, Divinity Original Sin 2. It's a game that I never finished. How was it? Hopefully it was really fun. I love the lizard in the game. It looks heckin' amazing. Day. Also, welcome in everyone from the raid. Arata Prime, hi. Oh. We did some arson. Good to know. It sounds like Divinity. And Muzzle. Hello. Always arson. Sounds about right. We love arson in Divinity Original Sin 2. Hi, Bryn. Hello. Double raid. Are you playing Divinity Original Sin 2 as well? No, RoboQuest. Oh, I saw Bryn play this game. It's like a Gunfire Reborn, but Robo. Just coincidence? Good. How was RoboQuest? I think I can do this, right? Did some Kaizo too? I don't know what Kaizo is though. RoboQuest is really fun. Yeah, I saw Bryn play a little bit and I was like, wow. It looks Gunfire Reborn, but more. I was watching Bryn play that earlier. It looks like a great game. Honestly, it is. But it costs like 60 something ringgit. It's like, eh. I cannot buy games for now. For now, anyway. Also, welcome in everyone from the raids. I'm Tylra. I'm a Kobold. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I do art occasionally. Welcome. I hope we are doing good. Also, I just found dragon. Like a really big dragon. Look at this. I found best dragon. And it can fly. And Kaizo is hard Super Mario World custom levels. Oh, Bryn plays Super Mario World? Shit. That I actually didn't know. I lurk at so many people's channels, sometimes I just forgot who is who. I'm just a huge lurk kobold. There's a Progen mod already. That's right. I mean, Progen mod comes, I think, before the Renamon model, but I prefer Progen over Renamon. Also, sorry that I'm coughing a little bit. I'm more or less like recovered. Still a little bit left. It is a big coincidence, and I appreciate a good coincidence. now I'm just trying to find another dragon that I can catch. Like, I found another dragon here. This one. Yormoon Tide. This one. But it's level 45. It's like way too much for me. So I cannot catch that for now. I'm just exploring more places. Yeah. Just like exploring more about around this place and maybe more islands here. But what surprises me is that I'm already that far away from my starting base. My base is here. I'm here. And then the pals here are like level single digit. Like, see? Tree. So it's kind of surprising, honestly. Yeah, I think the cooldown is already done. So let me give another this for muscle. Appreciate the rates again. Thank you. There are different starting areas. I think it is more for public servers. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. So it's more scarier towards the middle than I assume. Yeah, actually that would make a lot of sense. I love Bowser. And Bowser is so strong. I don't even need to mine anymore. Just sends Bowser out and job's done. Is that how he mines? Apparently. Looks really cool. Not even gonna complain. You haven't found this guy yet? I randomly found this guy in a cave. It's like the last cave boss. It's a cave boss, that's why it's like big. Does it show the... Yep, there. This is the boss, and then this one is also a boss, so that's why the dragon is like mega big. I think the rest is not boss anymore. Yeah, the rest is just normal monsters. Oh, how? And QUIVERN is really cute. QUIVERN is the best friend. Fast travel? Fast travel? Thank you. Also, I'm not using this for now because apparently it's been tested that the more you upgrade this, it's gonna be harder to catch pals. That I heard yesterday, so I stopped upgrading this one for now. Yeah, it's a bug. The devs are looking into it now. It is supposed to make it easier, yeah. But someone tested it, it's like, it bugged. So that's why I stopped upgrading it. I'm gonna go back to my base first. Like, I have 1700 carry weight, but it's not enough. Let's go back to my base. This is the best base. Look at it. Chaos ensued. Whoa. I still love my sex lizard. But because I have like other teammates that I need to bring about, so I didn't bring my lavender with me this time. What? Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Why is it this? Anything but this, what the fuck? Get out of my base, please. Please get out of my base. That's all I ask. Just don't implode. Don't explode. That's all I ask. Please. Please and thank you. Okay, thank you. Oh my god. Alright, I appreciate the not exploding. What did I want to do again? I forgot. Oh yeah, eggs. Why is your sanity that low? I think because you're stuck. You're stuck here. Wait, give me a second. Alright, come here, come here. You're supposed to be up here, not inside my house. There you go. Oh, okay, that works. The walls help a lot against that raid. But I'm so lazy to make walls. I just want to put everything outside. The laziness is gonna be the end of me. Oh, I need so much milk. Oh yeah, I forgot I made you... Yeah. You can do whatever you want now. 500 bullets. I'm gonna go have fun a little bit. Since I have stun baton, that helps me capture pals, so it should be fine. Power sphere still looking good. Not much I need to prepare for now. Oh yeah, I have a lot of power fluids. Sorry. Wait, I don't have enough ingots? Well. I should get back into mining for a little bit. Right. How's work? How's work? Oh. Oh, my favorite fish is sleeping? This is the best thing ever. It's just Cloud Sire. My beloved. I'm sure it's fine. This one just looks like it's a bitrate destroyer. Bitrate destroyer. Oh, might be a bit too much. I think I still have a lot of refined ingots. Yeah, 389, that's pretty good. I think I'm gonna use a lot more ingots for power spheres. Nice. Okay, I believe that's all the ores around here. Nice. I love the juxtaposition of you reloading a handgun. It's so out of place, but I love it. Okay, now we go to... Give me a second. Or into the electric organ. So there's this place, this one. That has coal and also iron. But it is a tad bit dangerous here. A tad bit dangerous. Don't. Okay, they're the runway type. Good.
Yeah.
Okay, this one here. And this one? Oh, too much. Okay, just use all of this. Okay. Yeah. Nah. Oh my god. Really? You just have to do it. Have gun, will shoot. Have gun, will shoot. Okay, let's go back. There's more to mine there. I'm gonna make myself some breakfast. Nice. Breakfast good. I feel the cough is coming back. Here. I have this. Whatever this is called, it's like a peppermint lozenges. It helps. You just had to do it. Look at the amount of iron. I love this place. And I love my dig toys. That's so good. Oh, this is way too much. 29? No, it's fine. Not to mention, QUIVERN is super fast when it comes to flying. It saves more time, look at that. Not again. I'm just gonna ignore them, if I can. Nope. Meep merp. Meep merp. More ingots. 450 ingots. God, that feels good. I have a horde. My horde. 450 refined ingots. Hmm. 621 stones. Holy shit. Could you come here? Please make this. No. Why are you like this? No. It's not kindling. What do you mean? No work available in the... What? This one? No. This... What? I don't understand this game sometimes. This one. What the fuck? Where'd you go? This game, I swear to God, where did my Anubis go? Is it not here? Oh my God, my Anubis is missing. What the hell, man?
Hello and welcome.
That guy, thank you. Welcome in. Hope you're doing good. I love how effort you lift your pals. I mean, I'm just that strong, I guess. Just a little bit of a stonk. Oh. Help! Alright, that works. I love that. Is it because of this? You know what? I can destroy. Maybe, just maybe, because the game says kindling, so I would assume it's that little torch there. Oh. Go do that. No. 我的妈呀，孩子，你可以听哦。I love you. Finally. Oh my god, it's so fast. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Here, I'll help a little bit. Very nice. And it's gone. It's gone. Oh, I need nails. Okay, once you're done eating, I need your help. Oh! Dang, nice. Okay. I could let this guy. It's a little big, but it's fine. Okay, now I believe I can make 2. Right, where do I want to put this? one here. And one here. Now that I have many beds, I can just destroy these 2. There we go, why not? Very nice. Refined metal chest? Refined metal chest? Ooh, beacon 7. Oh, wow, okay. Still a long way to go. Okay, everything looks fine. I just need some... Oh yeah, electric organs. Yeah. Money? 23k should be fine. I just need a little bit. Let's go here. I want electric organs. I've come to bargain. Oh, that's kinda expensive though. Fine. Hi Shredder. How are you doing? I'm doing a lot better today. I slept well, a lot less cough now, it's more or less recovered now. Yeah, doing good. What if I sell some of my power? Huh? And by that I can sell some of the You want a villager? I can give you some villager. Oh, I want some of my own villager. You know what? I have a lot of free Pal Alliance devour. The idea out of regard. Yip, if you are good. I mean, I've been yipping. As a kobold, I have been yipping. Alright, I'm gonna sell some out to make some money. I like money. Whoa. Oh. Bottom of the stomach. Not gonna sell Dino Som. Probably not Broncho Berry as well. Kid stretching. You're always making cute noises, especially when you stretch. Do I? But I'm just stretching. Dragon Killer, I'm selling you immediately. Don't want none of that in my team. All Relaxaurus has gluton, right? Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. I got 15k. Thank you. I feel bad, but not anymore. Yes, you are. I'll take it. Tell me hard. I cannot sell dragons. Right. Got some money back. Got some electric organs. I can now fix my stun stick. And after that I can go explore a little bit more. Oh my god. Nice. It'll be conspiracy. You sell me out and I'll fly back so you can sell me again. I get infinite money? Infinite money glitch found? I can have money. Cool. X and Q. Okay. Eight cakes? Mmm. $19 cakes? That does mean I can make 19 Anubises, right? Anubises. Nah, I'm not gonna breed first. Okay, everything looks good. Food is good. 209 jam-filled buns. I can never go hunger. I can never go hungry. Yeah, this one is also looking good. Do I even need that much jam-filled buns? No, right? I'm pretty sure I don't. Let's put 100 here. That's a good looking bag though. I think it's will just tell me immediately. I mean, for money, then you can fly back. I mean, you're a dragon yourself. Should be fine, right? I mean, I can fly back. Let me check one last thing. This one. Okay, now where do I go? Maybe I can start exploring this place. Now that I need to level up and then get this one. This is pretty much our next goal. Is to get your Montide. If the plan is selling will happen. I mean, I did sell a bunch of power. Let's get this one first. Let's see, yeah. I have a gun, I have a stun piton. It's good enough. I haven't caught Panking, right? Yeah, I didn't catch a Panking. Let's do it. I forgot about Panking. I remember Panking just killing me over and over. But now I'm different. Now I am big and strong Kobold. Well, maybe not big, but strong. Come here, asshead. Whoa. Alright, be gentle, be gentle. Ow! There we go. Whoa. Do it, friend. I'll be your support. Okay, chill, 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 chill. You're mine. Really? If this one doesn't catch you, I will never catch you. Okay, you asked for it. I will never ever catch you again, little shit. Never again. Panking is now my arch nemesis. I mean it. I will hate Panking forever. Absolutely mighty little bitty Kobold. And Kobold has a gun, will shoot. How many ancient civilization parts? 54? Just gonna squeeze you in a hug. I think you just yip. I mean, yeah. I will yip no matter what I do. Am Kobold will yip. Alright, now we can continue exploring this place. I'm gonna catch this one. Whoa! Walao eh. That's what you get. Good. Sorry. I fear the cough is coming back somehow. But it's honestly not as bad. Just a little bit. I can say that Ixon admitted its cuteness. Don't worry, Ixon will always be cute in my book. Oh, is this a base? Oh, it absolutely is. Destroy. Go. Are you stuck at the tree, please? What are you doing? Oh, I'm stinky. They're sleeping, huh? Well, wakey wakey! Good morning, have a bullet in your face. Oh, is that a bullet in your face? I don't know what that is. How did it even happen? Weird. Right, if a bullet doesn't kill, I'll catch them. Oh! There. What? 78% excuse? Oh, damn, okay. Genocide? It's not really genocide. They are bad. What do you call them? Bad organization. I'm just getting rid of bad organization. I think it's more of a self-defense. They tried to kill me first. It's here. I don't want to catch them. It's a waste of power spheres. It's so hard to catch for no reason. I don't need this. Okay, we're almost there. Is it here? Then put them in the machine and merge them into one. I don't want to do that. It's seriously too hard to catch them and I don't like it. If they're like the same catch rate as like PAL, I'll catch all of them and use all the power condensers I want. Gentle Sky Dragon? You're mine. Sorry? I didn't mean to press that. Oh, I am so sorry. I didn't mean to do that. Here, let me catch you instead. Don't. Okay. Right, let's do some damage. Boop. Wake up! Dragon! That is actually so adorable. I'm gonna cry. A dragon fight! I should help them. I should help my dragon. Yeah, wait, chill! Ooh. Here comes the stun button! Hehehehe. I support you, Dragon. I'm a support. Oh shit, wait a minute. You don't. Please don't do that. We're having a very important ritual here, come on. Too late. Whoa, this thing is very strong. I should change. Oh, you're gonna... Almost, almost. Can I? 15, 16%? It's a little bit hard. Ow, 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 ow. Wait, let me handle this. Oh, nope, that works. Okay. You see, if I admit to being cute, then I can't call you cute. I think you still can. Spin. Lurk, be right back. Okay. Have good lurk. I love Bowser. Sorry, I love Dick Toys. Nice too. Okay, we caught this one. I think we can continue going up, or I just like keep going straight here. Sounds good to me. I'm just gonna explore around here. More corn. Oh. Oh. Scam. Scam calls. I've been getting a lot of scam calls lately. It's kinda scary. But I know it's a scam call when I hear one. It's very easy to like identify them. Oh, cave. I don't like caves. No, I like caves, but I don't like the cave in this game. I think Palworld's cave is a little bit convoluted. It's too hard to navigate through the cave. Just a little bit too much. Oh shit. Not enough. Nice. More carry weight, please. And more armor? Yes, please. I'll let you flow through me. Wow, Ixen is so excited today.
Yeah.
Spin. Mega spin. Wait, come. Yeah, spin here. Oh. Also spin this one, but I don't want to spin too much ore for now. Yeah, because of that, don't have too much weight. And 1750 is not nearly enough. I need more. Sorry. Have gun will shoot. What did you do? Sulfur and coal in dungeon, not necessarily dungeon exclusive. I've been mining coal outside and sulfur as well. Yee. One more. Not bad. I'm gonna assume the maps are all like the same. So here, up here, this place has coal and ore at the same time. Like ore is here, a lot of coals are here, and then over here has some sulfur that you can mine. This place with where you find the QUIVERN. That's all I know, honestly. And then a bunch of ore places like this one, and also this one. I made it a base. Yeah, those places. Get him. I'm gonna try capture this one if I can.
Yeah.
You did. Oops, a little bit too much. Oh, oh, that's a new skill. Wait, since we got that skill, grass tornado. That's nice. Oh, you just learned it. There's so many doors. I'm sorry, I think the coffee's coming back. Whoa. No enemy here, no ambush. Dark Souls teaches me that there's gonna be an ambush here. Is there really no ambush? Just like this? Oh, okay. You'll be fine. Apparently I actually do be fine, yeah. I'm surprised. Hitch! It's too painful. Who? Ugh. Oh my god, I was too late.
Yeah.
Whoa! God damn! It's so strong. Polygen should be heavy armor. I mean, I am kind of heavy armor, knowing that I have metal armor and also metal helmet. Kind of. I'm so gonna get lost again. God damn it. Ooh, cool. Oh no, oh no, oh no, get away from me. Ooh, ch-ch-ch-ch-ch. I'm just gonna try this.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. That works. Was there a catchers? Yep.
Yeah.
Chill. Okay, that works. No road here. Stampaton should not deal much damage. Yeah, Stampaton deals like at most 12 I see. But usually it's just like 1 damage. I think I can make a lot of Palladium fragment. Should be fine. I think this just looks really cool. Like this cave is formed just for this fossil. Oh, just for that bone structure. What was that? That works. pacifist? Oh my god. Ooh. Yeah, that's too strong. One more? What the hell is this place? Holy shit! That's not the usual cave that I know. This is from Craftopia. I recognize these assets. I mean, are these... Can I destroy these? Nope. Oh, that's the boss, finally. But I feel like there's something down there. Doesn't hurt. Nope, there's absolutely nothing down here. Bye. Who do we have? Cinemoth? Cinemoth, I'm gonna have Vanworm. Go! There's like a bunch of them. Which one's the boss? Are you the boss? Yes, you are. Oh! Oh, what the fuck is happening? Too late. One more try. I'm almost dead. I'll kill you. Oh, you just get the fuck out of me. It's not telegraph. Well, they really hurt. Oh. So where was I again? Here, right? Yeah, just get there and get my things back real quick. It's okay. Breakfast done? Nice. Food sounds good right now. Oh. Oh, I'm sorry. It's coming back. But at least right now it's just like all dry cough. So it's honestly not too bad. It's not bad, it's just kind of bad. Oh man, the scale claw. Hoo-ya! Oh, that's not my seat mine. Hoo-ya! Hoo-ya! I also had a cough follow me for weeks. It will pass. I believe it will pass too. It just takes some time. I got this. It's just a little cough. It's fine. I did make some... I can make refined metal armor, right? I guess it's time for upgrade. Bird! Bird! That skill is so good. Alright, let's get some rock and go back. The nearest... I can go get this one. Hypocrite Hill? That's what it's called. Isn't hypocrite like a bad word?
Yeah.
Is it? This one. Hypocrite. I think it's a bad word. Alright, let's go back to the base. Time to make myself stronger. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna need more bullets. I mean, I have 388, but it's not nearly enough. Mining. Okay, only you have handiwork. No! Why? Wake up. There's something going on. Wake up! Oh my god, my B guard is just gonna explode. Well, okay. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ, I got burned to death! What the fuck? Who is doing that laser? What the fuck? Alright, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Go, my Pokemon! I'm just gonna run! It's fine, right? Oh no. How do I make it not on fire? I can have one more. I can have one more QUIVERN. Who's humping me? Oh, Robin Quill is not bad. Oh, it's you. Oh, did I not make a bed? Need more high quality cloth? I don't think I have wool. Shit. Yeah, I need a sheep at home. Big sheep. I guess I can just make a normal bed for now. Like this one. Mmm. Ooh. Maybe I should. I think it's overlapping with this chest, that's why it's hard to make them do this thing. Where's Lavender? High quality workbench. Maybe if I put it here, it'll be easier. Oh, 2 Anubisus, okay. And make all the gunpowder, please and thank you. Yes! Mostly everything is looking good. Like good egg, good milk. Now I just need good. Why are you crafting? Alright, come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. What am I lifting? Yep. Okay.
Ooh, shiny.
We yippin'.
Yep.
Yeah, please give me wool. Thank you very much. Yep. I want wool. Yep. All the yips, all the different kind of yips. We love the yips. Transporting? I kind of want the Anubis to do the handiwork. Yep. Yep. Alright, please come here. This one. Oh, why are you like this? Yeah, I think it's a beds. The beds here is like. How about like this? I hate it here. Okay, let's see infrastructure. There's 5 in here. I can make 4. Okay. Alright, random beds. 1, 2. Nearby the fire. Here. So 4 beds there. Destroy 4 beds here. Thank you. Please come here, Anubis. I need your expertise, Anubis. Come here. Oh, wait, chill, chill. Chill, chill, come here, come here. Your expertise is very needed. Do that. Thank you. It is the beds. Oh my god. And then one Anubis. We have lavender for mining, so it's fine. Do that. Oh, I love you. God, I'm sorry. Is that almost done? Damn, Anubis OP. Actually OP. Damn, nice. Okay, now we can make some nails, because apparently nails are very important. 51. Hi, Harmonica. Hello, been a while. How you doing? I'll just leave Anubis to, like, just do it, it's fine. In the meantime, I can make more ammo. How much should I have? 382? Not enough, I need more. Oh yeah, I can make a refined armor. Wait, I cannot because I don't have high quality wool. How's Palworld so far? Way too fun. I got new dwagon, and I got another new dwagon. I got the big dwagon. Come here. You're the best. The best dragon. And then I got a new dragon, but I don't know who to replace. This one. Amicable Holy Dragon, huh? As much as I hate it, I might have to change out Vanworm. I mean, Dinosaur is also really strong. More fun endgame, more serotonin, there'll be more dragon. Sounds about right. I heard that there's a lot of dragons in this game. Motivational leader. Increase player walk speed? Ooh. I want dig toys for the mining. Fine. I'm changing out Dinosaur. Do I have the thing? Ephidelian thing? Oh. Really? That's so easy. But I don't have the technology points. I need one more. Oh, I know what to do. Can I go to like a cave and find like a high grade thing? I should be able to, right? Alright, cave. There's a cave. There's a cave. There's a cave. Let's go this one. Let them just repair things and off we go. here, right?
Yeah.
She's there. What? What do you mean? Where my cave? An egg. I guess no more cave. This one? It's to my south east? West? West, east. Yeah, it's there. Oh, it's kind of far. Yeah. Aww. Lee's punk? Capture success? Why is it just there? Will it not go away? I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to do that. That was a gigasphere, you little shit. Come here. Oh, kill them. Ooh. Hey, free ammo. Cave. Sorry. Ay, 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 ay. I already captured more than 10, so I don't need to capture any of these. Big rate destroyer. Very, very nice. Oh, that sound. I love it. Right, there's no need to kill any of these, it's fine. Unless it's a syndicate thug, I want to kill them. So that I can get free ammo. Get him! How do you attack? What? You're so strong? Holy shit. I mean, you are level 31 and the enemy is just like 11, but still. Whoa, again. It's fine, right? There's no ambush. Cool.
Yeah.
I'm kinda lost. That's dead end, right? I don't like caves, I'm too easily lost. I'm too easily lost. Have I been here? Shit, I don't remember. Please tell me the boss is here. Nice. Oh god, it's not even here. Where am I? I mean, you would think a kobold would be like very good at navigating through caves, but not this one. This one's different. Go dig twice. Ow. Oh. The spin. And you're stuck. Is this the way back? I think it is. Yeah, and then there's the water. I haven't gone through here yet.
Yeah.
Go get him. Go. Go get him. Ooh. It pierces? That's a really strong rock. Gosh diggity dang. Oh, wait, it's still good. Wait, there's more.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like I'm gonna need as much Paldium fragments as possible. Oh, I remember this place. So it's gonna be the same, like the next room is gonna be the boss, hopefully. There it is. Oh. Gumos. Okay. Go get him. Damn, alright. That was fast. Didn't get it. No. I have to level up once more to get the saddle. Oh. I don't need this. Got a gun. I don't think... I'm just gonna sell them. Hey, yeah. I thought I can cheat just to get one more technology point, but no. The game says no. So that means I have to go find more Pal and catch them. I don't even remember which one I've caught 10, which one I haven't. Nice. Have I caught you 10? Oh, oops. Oh god, that's too painful. I don't think I caught 10 Nightwing. Gumos, Nightwing, and Cremis, maybe? My ears are bleeding. Oh, it's in the lamp ball. Wake up! Oh, it gives ancient civilization parts? Oh my god. Alright, let's try to catch Crimus. And not kill them. Are they sleeping? No, they are not. This is very far, right? Okay, okay, okay. Oh, perfect, perfect. Jump, throw. Get sniped. Yeah, I only caught 7. This one I can use Stump Baton. Ow. Can I? That works. Is there a way to check my X? Oh. Oh god damn it, why? How many male pucka have I caught? I don't remember. Alright, not at the face but at the foot. Okay, good call, good call. Oh, only 5. I honestly think that I haven't even caught Chikipi 10 of them. Wait. Until expiration, 30 seconds? What happens if I go now? When fighting together, dark powers drop more items when defeated. Oh! Whoa! You're so cute though! Can I pet you? Oh my god! I cannot believe it. All the dragons are so adorable in this game. I'm gonna cry. Don't shoot the head. Don't shoot the head. Okay, okay. Oh god damn it. Only 6 kilamari, okay. Oh, it gives 3 venom gland? I miss my poison bow. Should probably bring that. If I'm the catcher pals. sulfur.
Yeah.
Sulfur. Oh, it's sulfur is not that heavy. Okay. So I just need to find a place that is like a castle. And then the boss will be there, right? Go. Bush. Best game, 12 out of 10. And then this kobold doesn't like caves. Oh, is that it? I found it, I found it. Oh my god, finally! It's fuddler. I think I caught too much fuddler. Go, dragon! Oh, what a bully. Alright, please give me just one. I need just one. God fucking damn it. Why is this so hard to get? I cannot believe it. Maybe there's a cave nearby here? How would I know? That looks promising. That is sick, I can do that. It is actually sick, oh my god. A airborne battle. Always love them. Are you too thick? Oh, nice. Feels like there's more hidden here. I don't know. Doesn't seem like there's a lot going on here. Some eggs, maybe. I need to capture more dinosaur. Wait, do I? I already replaced dinosaur. I don't know if I capture more than 10. Oh. Ow. Oh.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay, so I can catch one more.
Yeah.
Ah, shit. I didn't mean to shoot at the head. Okay, so I pretty much explored this place.
Yeah.
That looks like a very dramatic place. Looks like I've never been there before. Mount Obsidian. Hot. Go back. Oh god. Yeah, I'm not ready for this place. Is this gonna be hot too? Cave? But it's hot though. What level? 40? I am out of here. No, not 40. Okay, so this is a very high level place, huh? Wasn't there like a... Oh, there was a fast travel, but it's like very dangerous. I lose health way too quickly. Gosh, maybe I should just go back to my base first. I mean, my weight is almost full. So is my inventory. This one here.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay, I already caught 10 Cheeky Pea. I thought for sure that I didn't catch Cheeky Pea for 10 of them. Okay, that's 10, that's 10. Nice, nice. Let's go back to my base first. Not much I can do to level up other than just to catch more pals, right? At least it sure feel that way. Looks good. Maybe I should let them focus on doing one thing, right? Like those who ranch, just ranch. Oh, heat in comes the heat resistance. Oh. I guess I could use this one first. It's fine. Nice, we get more ammo. I can make more. Do I make them here? Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, let's make more ammo. I like it. Wait, before I use this though. Are we gonna fix some things? Yeah. Ooh. Oh, it is stronger. Nice. At least when the cake is put to the breeding farm, it doesn't rot. Like at all. Look at that. So I can store my cake there. Why you like this? think for chicken, lamb, and a cow, yeah, I should just assign them to the to the ranch. Just need to find a cow. Yeah, hopefully like that I'll get a more steady amount of milk and egg. I'm already getting a lot of wool, so I'm very happy about it. Okay, I think we can just do whatever. There we go. I don't think I need this. Improved capacity and rapid fire capabilities. Has more immediate firepower than the makeshift handgun. It's okay. Man, as much as I want to make a saddle for my other dragon, it's kind of hard when I cannot level up fast enough. And the cave doesn't really give me the points, so it's a little sad, but maybe next time or even off stream, then if I can, I'll just do it. I'm just glad that I'm able to make like gigaspheres right now. I can just make so many gigaspheres. Cool. Cool. Just gonna get more rocks and I think I'll call it a day. Made a lot of progress today. Actually got 2 dragons.
Yeah.
What? Why are they like this? It's so weird. It's all good. Oh yeah, there's one thing I never tried. So from my starting area, I feel like there's something else. Like, this is my starting area. I can catch the expedition survivor, right? But I'm not gonna do that. Oh, now this place feels nostalgic. It's like when I first came to this game, this is where I was. I never really explored this place. There has to be something here, right? Oh. I'm cold here? Lore? I guess that's it? I mean, it is a starting area, so I get it.
Yeah.
I'm cold. At least cold is not as bad as hot. Hot is like 10 health per tick. It's even more scarier. There's a cave just here. That's not a cave, I got you baited. Actually got you baited, fuck. Oh. I knew they can hide something like this behind. An egg? It's a large common egg? More eggs. Another large egg, holy shit, okay. It's kinda cool how they hide behind something from the starting area. Sorry? What did I do? I didn't... I didn't press the attack button, hello? So I'm cold. It's probably because of the heat resistant armor. Yeah, honestly, everything looks good now. So next time, I'll still try to find more dragons, but bullet and everything wise just feels good now. Why am I cold? Okay, here's not cold. Maybe I should just make like one refined metal armor. And if I'm gonna travel to Mount Obsidian, I'll just have to bring extra. But now let's use this one. Okay, so it is that. Yeah, I'm not doing that now. Maybe I'll do it off stream a little bit if I can, if I get the time. I think today I made a really good progress. Like really, really good progress. Let me go put the eggs in, and I'm pretty sure that that's pretty much it. These punk Ignis? That's a new one. Cool. I forgot I can do that. Whoa. Oh yeah, there's also this one. Oh, that's good enough. Just gonna make sure my dragons are pretty strong. Just gonna give everything to dragon. As usual. Okay, so yeah, I am having a steady amount of gigaspheres. 152 sound looks good. So yeah, I guess that's pretty much it. Made a lot of progress today. I almost win. I could be a POW, but I don't think I want to be a POW in this game. You know what? I don't want to be a POW in this game too. I mean, POWs are very adorable, not gonna lie. I mean, there's this. This is very adorable, like that. But the things that the POW are doing in this game is questionable. I get that. I love this one. This one is like mega big. I also have this one. This one is medium big. I love how when I jump, they jump too. It's the best thing ever. I was trying to I was trying to get technology points to make saddle for this one, but it's kind of hard. I didn't do it. I don't have enough technology points to make a saddle for him. But I do have a saddle for this one. The noises they make is so adorable. I love them. Such a pretty dragon. I know, right? I'm sure it's pretty strong too, right? Wait, it's doing a lot more damage now? What the fuck? Wait, it's doing insane damage now. Or is it from the I mean, it has the like a 12% upgrade? That makes sense, right? Just dragon doing dragon stuff. I have this one just now. Then I'll add more. Because why not? I don't even know how to get the purple. This one is like slowly getting it by killing everything. Sometimes they drop. I just used all of them for this one and this one. It's fine. It's for dragons. Meat. Yeah, I am getting kinda hungry. Just gonna go get some food today. Tomorrow I'll probably do some Tekken 8 because I miss playing Tekken 8. I don't know if I can play online. I'll try. If it takes too long and no online matches, then I'll come back to this. But I'm just gonna hope there's matches online tomorrow. I will do the same. If I'm a dragon, yeah. If I'm a kobold, yeah. Yeah. Fighting game. All right. Right, let me go here. I love jazz. Playing Palworld and playing jazz. I mean, Palworld is very peaceful, with the occasional uber violence. Occasional. It's not always. But I enjoyed it, you know, listening to jazz and playing Palworld. Hell yeah. It's great. Have a nice day. Thank you. I'll have a nice dinner too. Oh, Premium is streaming. It has been a while since I last seen Premium stream. He's playing Prince of Persia at the Lost Crown? Yeah, let's rate Premium. It has been a long time. Here, let me summon Bernie real quick.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
I'm just gonna plug my Discord because it's where I announce shit. Well, anything stream-wise, it's on Discord. There's sometimes on Blue Sky. I'm not posting on Twitter anymore. I'm just looking at dragon posts on Twitter. So yeah. Let me type a raid. You deleted your Twitter months ago? That's fair. Twitter has been quite a shithole ever since Elon Musk made it to the top position. It just makes Twitter worse and worse as day goes by. It's weird. It's sad. So now I'm just using Twitter to to browse Dragon Post pretty much. I'm not using it for anything else. But sometimes just browsing through Twitter, it's insane that I get like one post ad, one post ad, one post ad. It's like, wow, the amount of ads I scroll through is insane. Twitter is weird. But at least there's a lot of dragon posts there. So I'm not gonna complain too much. Sometimes people talk about things that I'm like, I want to look at Twitter, and then I remember why I deleted it and decide not to bother with it. Yeah, that's a very good move. I wish I have the, what do you call that, willpower to delete it, but there's just too many dragon posts there. Like my Discord Dragon Sipping Corner is all from Twitter. Well, it's not all from Twitter. Some from Affinity, some from Blue Sky, but most is from Twitter. Yeah, it's a very difficult part that I'm not ready to part ways with Twitter still. Hey, maybe someday when Elon Musk decide to make Twitter a pay to use platform, then yeah. Just download them all and do a random slideshow, you will never remember them all. But every day there's like a new dragon post though. Well, not a new dragon post, but a lot. Since I follow a lot of artists. It's all good, it takes time. Although I have to say I've been enjoying Blue Sky though. It's not bad. You make a bot that scrapes Twitter for dragon art. Can I do that? Or can people do that? I didn't know. Hopefully they will not scrape for AI art. I don't know. I'm still gonna use Twitter for now. For now. I feel like what I said about Twitter being a pay-to-use platform, I don't feel like it's too far off with who's out there, you know? I don't think it's far off. In fact, I feel like it's very close for him to do it. It's so close. I'll probably make a Blue Sky account if but I don't like that it's just an exclusive club you have to be invited in. That feels weird. It kinda is. But once I'm in, I'm pretty much just like using it as normal. But now that you mention it, it does feel kinda weird. Like just a little bit of, I cannot shake this feeling that it's kinda weird. Weird. I don't know how to explain it though. But I think I get what you mean. Hi again, Nexus. Yeah, we'll see. Tomorrow I'll play some Taken. They're probably doing to save their server costs since they just started out. Oh. Yeah, that could be it. I mean, it is a free platform. So if people really were to jump from Twitter to Blue Sky all at the same time, it might explode. Yeah, you need a code to join Blue Sky. Even though I have like 5, which is like the maximum amount of code. I'm just like holding on it. It's fine. At least the people that I know so far have Blue Sky, so I don't need to like give the code. I'm just gonna hold onto the code. Nothing's wrong with that. Okay, I type in the raid. I'm ready to raid. I'm probably gonna give my throat a little bit of rest as well. I don't know why the cough came back towards the end of the stream. I got my account from getting an email from them. That's new. I'm not asking for it. I don't want to join another social media. That's fair. That's fair. Hey, I can totally respect that. But I feel like I'm kind of chronically online. Well, not chronically online, but I just need my daily dragon dosage. Daily dragon dosage. That sounds so wrong. Whatever. It's fine. It's not fine, but it's fine. Oh, thanks for that. That's my raid message. Yeah. I'm gonna raid. So before the raid. It's like being a social for a lot of people. I honestly just look at them and I like and repost most of them. I don't even engage in conversations. I don't. I also need my daily dragon content, right? It's important. We need dragon content, especially for Kobold. I need my dragon content. So before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. I also know that you guys are all loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. Thanks for stream. Thanks for being here. Thank you, thank you. Thanks for headbands. And the boop. And here comes raid to Premium Daddy. It has been a while since I last raided him. Yippee. My throat hurts. Look, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna recover or got worse after Chinese New Year, because I'm pretty sure during Chinese New Year I'm gonna eat so much, it's gonna be stupid. It's a Chinese New Year tradition. Like, all we eat is just like fried stuff or like super oily stuff. Or like all the very sweet pastry. It's just Chinese New Year stuff. But I don't know. Tomorrow, after tomorrow, then I'll take a break for like a week for Chinese New Year. Then any updates, I'll just update on Discord then, alright? I'm gonna wait for the time to go down as always. I'm just gonna, you know, speak my mind, or if not, I'll just be here and be hungry for a little bit. No, I'm not. I'm not actually really hungry, just a lot of throat itches. It's kind of weird. Alright, take care. See y'all tomorrow. Smooches. Mwah. Bye bye.